not last year, but the year before. And I think what brought me out of it was Ice Planet Barbarians. So I'm just like, what do I need to get me out of this slump? Because it's really annoying. It's really starting to weigh heavily on my mind. So, yeah, I just need a book that's going to get me out of my slump because it's really bad. It's really, really bad. And obviously, even being here feels weird because I'm just like, I don't think I'm going to read during these sprints today. I really don't think so. Unless I pick something to reread, perhaps, because apparently that might help me and bring me out of my slump. But I have not finished a book since, I don't even know. I know last Sunday I was reading The Martian, but I did DNF that one. And then I read Torn by Carrie Ann Cole on Monday night sprints, but I haven't finished that yet. So, like, I haven't finished a book since, I don't even know. I'll have to look at my Goodreads if that's even possible. I think I updated my Goodreads. Maybe. Okay, the last book I finished was No One Asked for This by Kazi David, which I think I listened to that audiobook. Yeah, I didn't even pick up the physical book. I was listening to it on audio. But yeah, every day at work, like, I have time to listen to a full audiobook, like, if I wanted to. And every day when I'm about to pick out a new one to listen to, like, I could even pick it out on my morning commute because I can start it and get like 30 minutes in or whatever, or like an hour in, I guess, because at 2 times speed at least, it would be an hour into the audiobook. But yeah, I just start an audiobook every day and then I'm like, I don't care. And then I just listen to a podcast or I listen to music or I watch like a show instead. And then when I get home and I'm like, okay, I can sit down and I can like read physically, because maybe it's just audiobooks that aren't doing it for me. Maybe I just need to sit down and physically read a book. I have time to do that. I sit down and I'm like, I'd rather be watching a show or I'd rather be watching a movie. So I think that's just my hyperfixation at the moment are like shows and not books. So it's really annoying though. And I do have, if you guys didn't know, I got my first like ever physical ARC copy this month and I haven't read it yet. And I'm itching with anxiety about it because I feel like because it's my first like physical ARC, that I want to read it obviously before it comes out and post my review before it comes out. But with my slump, I'm like, is that going to happen? How's that going to happen? I can't even bring myself to pick up anything. So I'm going to try to hunt for something that I can read during these sprints that possibly might be a reread, something I already know I'm going to like. That way there's no issue of like me trying to get out of my slump and then the first book I read is a really bad book and then it kind of solidifies like maybe you just hate reading. So I need it to be something I'm actually gonna like at least. So something I've read somewhat recently. I don't want to read like an old favorite because then there's a chance of that being like my reading taste has changed since then and I don't like it as much. I was at Goodwill yesterday and I found a couple like cute t-shirts. I love looking at t-shirts at Goodwill because I love like a quirky t-shirt. I mean, as you can tell by the shirt I'm wearing right now. But I found this one that said okay, okay, like The Fault in Our Stars by John Green. And it got me thinking that maybe I should reread that. But then I was like, Sarah, that was a long time ago. I don't know if you'll still like it. I read that book 3 times, I think, the like within a year. that I read it for the first time. I don't know if it was the year it came out or whatever, but it was a long time ago, and I read it multiple times, and I cried every single time I read it. But now, fast forward to now, I'm like, maybe it wouldn't be as good because I don't typically like YA anyways. But again, maybe it's what I need. I don't know. Give me your opinions on what I should do, or if I don't, but I feel like most of the time I would tell people to just I'm just unloading my trauma. Most of the time I would just tell people to take a break and then it'll come back to you when it comes back to you. But at this point, it has been a couple of weeks where I've been feeling this way. Like at least 3 weeks where I've not really liked reading or not been inclined to pick up any books. At least 3. So I'm like, I've given myself enough of a break. I need to get on it again. But how are you guys doing today? What are you going to be reading today? I've already been so productive this morning, forced myself to vacuum my room, so I stopped thinking the cat fur bundles are spiders, and now my cat has already replaced them and cleaned my earrings. I do that sometimes too. I'll see like a clump of fur or something, and I'm like, what is that? And it scares me. But I'm glad that you're being very productive today. But I'll be reading Aurora's End these sprints because as much as I hate Jay Kristoff, the series is so addicting. I haven't read any Jay Kristoff books, but I kind of do want to. I think the book I would read, if I were to read anything by him, oh my God. I had a protein shake because I've had a protein shake and like nothing else, my throat feels so chalky. So excuse me if my voice goes in and out. But I think I would read The Empire of the Vampire. That's what it's called, right? Hello, Sabrina. I hope you had a great birthday. I think I'm reading Brittany Cherry's new book. I did not know she had a new book, but thank you for the birthday wishes. Hello, Liz. Thank you. I'm still in bed, but I finished The Martian. What did you think of it? Because I kind of left you hanging with it. I hope you had a good birthday yesterday. Sucks about your slump. Thank you. Yes, I don't know what's wrong with me. Music is up, laundry is sorted, lunch sandwich is getting made. Amazing. Amazing. That sounds like a great day so far. I woke up super late today, so I'm feeling very sloggy still. Hi, everyone, and happy belated birthday, Sarah. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Hello, Skylar. I'm currently writing a review of the book, The Girl in the Triangle. Interesting. I've never heard of this one. What is it about? Crying from watching reaction videos of sad songs. Probably won't read, but glad to be here. I know I'm like laughing at you crying, but like you have a crying laughing emoji. So like obviously it's okay to laugh about it. But yeah, I do that too. I'll like react to people reacting to sad things and then I start crying because I guess I have a lot of empathy. And so seeing other people cry makes me cry. That's a good quality to have though. I have not listened to an audiobook in ages. Podcasts all the way. Yes. Audiobooks, I don't know. I just feel like these days when I've been listening to them, fiction ones specifically, because I know that when I do finish a book lately, it's been a nonfiction book. But again, it's like those feel easier to digest in any capacity for me, like audiobook or otherwise, just because it doesn't feel like I need to wrap my head around anything. Like it's very straightforward. Not that I'm trying to listen to these outlandish books. Like there are some books that I've started on audio that aren't like hard. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's just I zone out immediately. But I can listen to podcasts where they talk for hours. So in that time I could have finished an audiobook. Make it make sense. Don't stress about the arcs. Life is so short. Life is so long, honestly. That's how I feel. Maybe try some graphic novels or mixed media types. Maybe I should do that. Yeah. I don't know. When I was in my mini slump like last month, I read like a bunch of manga, and then I felt like I was only reading manga and not any actual books. Even though they are actual books, they actually do count. But in my mind, I was like, people are gonna see this and be some type of way about it. But I need to stop being in my own head about that. And then after that, I did start reading again. So maybe I need to do that this time around. I don't know. Want to finish The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. Ooh, I've read that one. I had a good time with it, but not as good as Project Hail Mary, and I'm glad you didn't ask it because I don't think it was gonna get. I'm glad you DNF'd it. I think is what you're trying to say. Yeah. Okay. I should just read the next comment from you because this does happen more often than not. Because I don't think it was gonna get any better for you. Okay. So it was a lot of just like the same thing that was happening. Good to know. Happy birthday to you. Hope all your dreams come true. Thank you. So sweet. I'm sorry for your slump though. Maybe reread Den of Vipers? Definitely not. Definitely not. I feel like if I were to reread that right now, I would probably hate it. And I don't want to do that to myself. And also, that's a big book. So why are you doing that to me? I need something that's somewhat short, but not too short. I was watching Gabby from Gabby Reads' newest, I think it's her newest vlog, where she was reading a bunch of newer releases. I don't even know what the actual title of the video was. I just clicked on it because I saw Spite House, It's Me, Charlie, and The Kind Worth Saving in the thumbnail. And I really want to know people's thoughts on The Kind Worth Saving because I was really anticipating that one, and then I kind of forgot that it came out because I do love The Kind Worth Killing. It's one of my favorite thrillers of all time. So maybe I should read that now that I'm thinking about it. I don't even know if I could get it because it's probably a long wait. And I don't want to listen to an audiobook. If I were to sit down and read a book today, I think I want to physically read a book and not listen to something. I can never finish a complete thought on here. I feel like without having anyone to rein me in, I kind of just go off on tangents and then I forget what I was saying before. But yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, surprised you remembered my name. Got annoyed seeing it, so I took it out of my username thing. Of course I remember. Hello. It's okay to laugh. NF song really hit and bring up Trump. No, which song though? Because I saw NF live and the different reactions to his songs from different people were hilarious and heartbreaking at the same time. But there are some of NF songs that I actually just get so into. If I'm like singing them in the car or whatever, I'm just angrily singing along while tears are streaming down my face. It's a whole time. The first sprint is for cleaning, and after that, I'm going to pick up Legends and Lattes. Have not picked it back up since the last sprints. So are you not enjoying it? Or have you been focusing on other things? But yeah, the first sprint for me is definitely just going to be me putting in a load of laundry. I really need to do that. And then also trying to sort out my life, you know? Maybe I'll clean my room and then I can sit and think clearly about what I want to do about my slump. Hello, Katrina. In heading to work, but listening to Night of the Living Dummy 2. I didn't even know there was a first one, but it sounds like fun. Hey, ready for sprints during the rainstorms this afternoon? I wish it was raining right now. You are so lucky. I have an arc that comes out in 2 days and not going to finish it. It's okay. It is okay. Okay. I should tell myself this too. But just because this one, I mean, not to mention the fact that I do have arcs in NetGalley that have passed, like they've come out, but I haven't read them yet. But I just feel like this one book, it's one of my most anticipated books of the year. And two, I'm like, I don't want to not read and review my first like physical arc, because then I feel like no one will ever give me a physical arc ever again if I don't put out a review before it comes out. You know, NetGalley is another thing. Like, they could just reject me if they want to. I already feel that way too about some of the books I haven't read. I'm just like, I'm never gonna get another arc, and that's fine. I'll just have to wait until it comes out with everybody else. I'm reading Monster Blood. Ooh, sounds good. I'm sorry, I'm lazy, and I try to do voice to text and it never works. It's okay. I'm reading Project Hail Mary 2 and liking it. I saw Project Hail Mary at the bookstore I went to yesterday, and I almost got it. But it was kind of expensive, even at a used bookstore, so I didn't. But I really do want to own it. Not that I think I would ever reread it, at least physically, because the audiobook I really loved. But just having it on my shelves would be a reminder that you do like sci-fi sometimes. Happy birthday, woohoo, Aries energy. Thank you. Hail Mary is an amazing read. You are in for a great time. Yes. Yes. I'm halfway through 4, the Divergent short stories, and I'm having a very nostalgic time. I have that, and I haven't read it. I read like the first chunk of it, I think right after I finished the series, and then I put it down for whatever reason. And now I feel like I have to reread the Divergent books to read 4, even though I know I don't have to, but I kind of do want to reread that series one day. So I feel like that would be a good motivator. Even though I said the same thing about the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, because I didn't start it. No. It didn't come out like right along the same time that the trilogy came out. But when it came out, I was thinking of rereading the trilogy because I wanted it to be fresh in my mind when I went into that. And then we did that readathon last year, the May the Odds Be Ever in Your Favor readathon, and I reread the trilogy just so I could get to the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. That is a mouthful. The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, and then I never got to it. So now I'm like, okay, I have to reread them again. I think it's still kind of fresh in my mind, and I could just rewatch the movies if I wanted to and read that. And the movie for The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is coming out this year, which I'm very excited about. Short. What about an Ice Planet reread? That's what I was saying at the very beginning of the sprints. The last thing that brought me out of my biggest slump, because this is probably like number 2 on the slump scale as of right now. But my biggest slump ever, what brought me out of it, was Ice Planet Barbarians. So I thought maybe. But I don't need to reread any of the books since I've read the first 3 or 4 twice already. Maybe I should just continue in the series. It's Me, Charlie's premise freaks me out. But it looks so good. I was looking it up to see if it was on KU, because it does seem like a very KU extreme horror book, but it's not on there. So I'm like, I have to break my book buying ban to get it. I don't think my library would have a book like that. But I was just so upset that it's not on there. And it's only like 60 pages. So it would be a great book to bring me out of my slump. Why did these things never work out? I'm sick with a cold, so my sleep schedule is whack. Have you tried some sleeping gummies or something to help you monitor your sleep? Maybe lower expectations, like read 1 chapter per sprint or for a specific portion of a sprint. Sometimes movies, podcasts, etc. are easier because you know you'll be done soon. Yeah, true. I mean, even with podcasts, like I'll listen to the same podcast for hours and hours and hours. Like it'll just keep going to the next episode. And they don't even talk about anything. Like it's not anything monumental. They're just talking about quote unquote stupid stuff. There's no actual theme of each episode, but I'm just sitting here listening to them for hours. And then I'm like, I could have read a whole book in that time. But that is very good advice. Happy, mainly the music video, but still, and Mama, and How Could You Leave Us? My parents and oldest sis are addicts, so I relate to him so much, it's crazy. How Could You Leave Us is one of my favorite songs of all time, and it's actually heartbreaking. I've never heard Happy, I don't think, but dang. Also, I'm very sorry. I need to do laundry, but I just feel like garbage and I don't want to leave my bed. I might like transition into sitting in my chair in the next sprint because I've been having a lot of back problems this week. Like I left work on I don't even remember what day it was, crying like in tears because my back was in so much pain or like I was in so much pain because of my back. The sun's going down a little bit. I see some dark clouds, so I feel like it's about to rain. Maybe some good luck is coming my way. I just wasn't in the mood to read until this morning, but I met with a friend, so reading time is now. I feel like another thing that really gets me back into the reading mood is watching reading vlogs from other people and then seeing them like the books, and it makes me want to read. But I haven't been watching BookTube lately. I mean, I watched the Gabby Reads video this morning, but like that's the first bookish video I've seen in a while. So maybe I need to watch some vlogs in the first sprint, and then that will make me want to pick up a book. I love Project Hail Mary. Yes. Hi, Sarah. Happy belated birthday. Mine was on Monday the 10th. Well, happy belated birthday to both of us then. Thank you. I had a $5 Amazon savings thing, so I bought Project Hail Mary after I paid the bills for a reward. It is so good. Definitely watch the music video. It's great. I shall. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, Sarah. Reading Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. I haven't gotten to that one yet, but I would love to know your thoughts on it. All right, let us go ahead and jump into our first sprint. I have been talking for a while. Wow. Okay. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello. Welcome back from our first sprint. How did everyone do? I kind of did what I said I was going to do or not do. I didn't read during the first sprint, like I said I wouldn't. And I just watched some reading vlogs to try to get me motivated to read. And yeah, I don't know if it's working. But then while I was watching the videos, also, I was already thinking about, okay, what should I pick up during the next sprint? But then I had to stop myself multiple times and just live in the moment and not try to think about what's going to happen during the next sprint. Like, I will have time during the next sprint to first use the first part of that sprint, like the first 10 minutes, to ponder what I actually want to read. And then read said book. I don't know why I always do that, but yes, I watched some reading vlogs and things like that. I mean, reading vlogs are pretty long and I never watch them on like 2x speed. I know some people do that, but I've never watched like any type of video on YouTube at a different speed than 1x speed. Let me know if you guys have, but I just never speed any videos up even to get through them faster, even though my watch later is like so long at this point. But yeah, and then I said I was going to put in a load of laundry. I did not do that, but I did make myself a coffee and I also have my water with me. So we're hydrated at least. And I think I'm going to spend the next sprint, like I said, pondering what to read and then actually starting something, maybe even trying to get caught up in Torn for Classic Literature Book Club. That would probably be a good idea, actually, because I already am liking that book and I do need to get caught up before our next reading sprints, which I don't know when those will be yet. But as soon as we figure it out, then I won't be stressed about having to read like on a stricter timeline. You know? Okay, let's see some of these comments that came in while I was sprinting or while the sprint was going on. I'm editing right now, but I'm also listening to The Bombshell Effect. I've never heard of this book. I hope it's good. Hello, Deja. I know you're just starting the sprint, but I just worked my way to the living room and I'm doing homework. Always doing that homework. I loved that book. I just started only one chapter in, but would love to get it done today. Hello, Lachlan. Happy birthday weekend. Thank you so much. I'm reading Devious Obsession. It's a dark bully romance. # swoon. I haven't heard of this one, I don't think. Have you finished For the Fans by Nyla K yet? Because I would love to know your thoughts. I don't think Manda has finished it yet either. Well, if you haven't finished it. Hello, everyone. I'm reading Delicious Monsters. Ooh, nice. Hello. Hello, Corinne. Hello. Yes. All caps. Very excited. Good afternoon. Reading The Passengers today. Ooh, by John Mars. Is that The Passengers? The same one? I don't know. There could be multiple books called The Passengers. I read 83 pages of Aurora's End, feeling like a hater because I'm only barely into sci-fi and things I hate, time loops and time play, and that is the entire plot of the book so far. Maybe you picked the wrong book then. I mean, not that if that's in the synopsis, then it's like, why did you pick that book? But if it's not, then yeah, definitely just maybe pick up something else. I don't know. It's the last book in the series, so I'd like to finish it, but it might come to a point where I just look up the ending. I've done that many a time. Not many a time, but you know, yesterday while I was at a bookstore, so basically what I ended up doing for my birthday was I went to Tennessee with my mom and my friend and then my friend's mom. Like, it was the four of us. We went to this place in Chattanooga called McKay's Bookstore. It's like bookstore. They have records, they have like video games, basically everything, but it's like this huge book warehouse. And I didn't end up breaking my book buying ban because my mom was kind enough to buy me the books that I wanted. And yeah, it was just a lot. The bookstore itself was really cool, but the people there were so freaking annoying, and like none of them knew what personal space was. I've never been in a store like that, like any type of store where everyone's just not minding their own personal space. Like they were all up on you while you're trying to look at things. And it's not even like I was standing in the middle of an aisle, because that would make sense that they're like, excuse me, but people would just like push you. And it was so annoying. So like the vibe of it was not great, but on a less busy day, I think it would be an amazing bookstore to go to. But yeah, I went to Tennessee yesterday, so that was fun. And there were a couple of books that my friend was looking at. She was like, have you read this one? And I was like, no, I DNF'd it. And then her mom would be like, do you recommend this book? And I'm like, no, I DNF'd it. I didn't realize how many books that I have DNF'd. I thought I hadn't DNF'd a lot of books. And I used to never DNF books. Like 2 years ago, it would probably be 0% of the books that I was reading I DNF'd because I just had to finish them at least. But now it's fairly common. I didn't realize at the time, but after that I was like, wow, the last 5 books you guys have held up for me, I've DNF'd. Still in bed, ordered new work clothes. Nice. 60 pages of Diamond of Darkhold. Amazing, amazing. Made it to 23% of my book. Nice. Hello, good morning. Hello. Just joining, reading my first cozy mystery. Ooh, I have not read a cozy mystery yet either. Still have an hour and a half to go. Just got here, but watching fun stuff and gonna get back into my book. What are you reading? And it started thundering. Nice. Yeah, I said during the first sprint, or like before the first sprint, that the clouds were coming in, but now it's sunny again. So I don't think it's gonna rain. I finished cleaning and 2 finish lessons. That was a lot of S's on my tongue. Also spent a bit of time on Instagram. Nice. I read 74 pages of 4. Wow, that one's going by quickly. I have an audiobook I found on here, and it's because I can't listen to books I have for an audiobook I found on here. Oh, on YouTube. And it's because I can't listen to books at 1 time speed. Yeah, that makes total sense. I don't think I've ever listened to an audiobook on YouTube. I haven't used that YouTube function either. I just love listening to everyone normally. I can do audio at 1.5, but I don't even go that much above that. Yeah, I just don't like to speed up videos because I feel like they make them that way for a reason. Like I want to spend the time watching it that they put into it. You know what I mean? Not that I'm saying like if you do speed them up that you're like not being kind to the creator at all, but that's just how I feel. Yes, it's water, liquid death. This is the sparkling water with no flavor. It's just like sparkling water. And then I have the still water that's in like a white can like that. But yeah, they're just water, but they look cool to drink. I am one of those people that has to make drinking water fun or else I won't do it. So I love like cool bottles, cool brands of water, because otherwise I just won't drink water. When it comes to watching things at different speeds, it depends on the creator. Like sometimes I love people's content, but they just speak so slowly. Yeah, that makes sense. People sound so slow to me if I don't speed it up. Like even for live shows, people sound slow. Like me right now, probably. Where do they have classical literature book club? So this month it's on my channel. We're doing reading sprints. There is a channel on the Roomies Discord for like the actual book club, so you can discuss things in there and like participate in any polls that we put up for future book picks. But as far as like sprints goes, it depends on who picked the book that month. And because I picked this month, the sprints are on my channel. But yeah, the second part of sprints, we haven't planned out yet. 2 times speed always. Okay. The end of the semester is coming up. I have normal work plus essays and exams coming. It's getting to crunch time. I'm reading The Writing Retreat. Ooh, I've actually haven't heard a lot of things about that. Like, I've heard a lot of people are reading it, but I haven't heard if anyone's liked it or disliked it. I only ever speed one YouTube video up because it was very long and the person talking sounded bored. Oh no. I would just stop watching the video. 74 pages into The Drift, too many characters. Yes, that was my major qualm with that book, and I talked about it in my review of it, but too many freaking characters in that book. That's my least favorite CJ Tudor. It wasn't terrible by any means. I think I gave it a 3 or 3.5, but definitely my least favorite. Plus, I'm a night reader, so I can get on my work for the day done, so it's not looming over me when I read because I will become anxious. Yeah, that's how I feel. I think that's also how I feel right now with my room not being clean. I'm like, I can't focus because all I can focus on is like, I need to clean my room. Hello, Jean. Just joined. I've been sick all week and finally getting better. Reading a KU series called Stepbrother with Benefits on book 2, but there are 20 books in the series. Dang. Glad you had a good birthday again. Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much. I'm so sad that you've been sick, but I'm glad you're feeling better. The cans for the water look amazing. Cool. I heard about them on a podcast, actually. I mean, I've seen them around, but like they were sponsoring this podcast that I listened to, and I was like, why not just finally give it a try? So I did, and I love them. I'm going to a cafe and sit on a patio. It is 70 degrees here and sunny. Nice. Good call, Jean. Exactly. All right, let us jump into our next sprint. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello. Welcome back. How did everyone do during that sprint? Shocking turn of events, I actually read something. I decided to pick back up Torn by Carrie and Cole. I don't know why I keep trying to hold it up on this side when I know that I should be holding it up on this side. Because the screen is throwing me off because I've only used this for the past 2 Sundays. So it's throwing me off because I'm used to having the whole screen to work with. But yeah, I need to start remembering to hold it on this side, even though on my end, it looks like I need to hold it on that side. Anyway, but this book, right? This book is so good and it's getting better, if that's even possible. So it's making me excited. Also, I am just it's weird though, because obviously I'm in my slump, but then I pick something up like this and I love it. But as soon as I put it down, it's kind of just out of sight, out of mind. Mostly. So it's not like I'm not liking this, but just when I don't think about it, I don't need to read it. But every time I do pick it up, I love it. But I'm on page 269 now, which is 1 page away from being on chapter 21. And for our next sprints, we're starting at chapter 30. So I have about 130 pages left to be caught up for the next sprint session. So I think I might continue in this for the next sprint, and then we'll see from there, or if I should try to pick up something else that's not this in the next sprint. I don't know, but let me know how you guys did. Also, I've been tabbing it and I forgot which colors. I have this blue tab set and it's all different color blues, but I keep running out of the different shades of blue. And I was trying to use specific shades for specific things, and then I'll run out of one, and then I'll pick the next closest shade to that color blue to use. And then as I'm going, I kind of forget which blue is for which emotion or feeling. So now it just kind of looks like a mess. It's just a bunch of blues that are happening. And then a few more purplish shades, because this one on the bottom is definitely more purple, but all of those are blue. I don't know. Well, I guess this one's kind of purple-ish too. I mean, you can't really tell on camera actually, but that one at the bottom definitely looks purple. Oh my god, it matches pretty much exactly my name. It's a little darker, but either way. How did you guys do during that sprinty sprint? Gonna DNF reviews aren't exciting me. I support you in this. The video topic was super interesting, so I just listened on 2 times speed. That makes sense. Make it 30 minutes instead of an hour. Unseasonably warm here, but is going down to 40 next week. 3 years ago, it snowed on May 9th. This is going to be a somewhat creepy question, but it's not a creepy question. Where do you live again, Jean? What state? May 9th. That's pretty far in the year for snow. I feel mostly here it does somewhat snow in February, but that's the last month where something like that would happen. I don't know. Hello, Cami. I'm late on answering this, but no, I haven't finished For the Fans. I need to, though. I might just order the paperback. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting myself a copy of it, too. But I don't know if I'd want to reread it. I don't know. But I do want to tab it. But I do have my... I'm but this. I do have all of my annotations on my Kindle. So I could easily just transfer them over and not have to worry about rereading the whole book. But that was a 5-star. I think that was my last 5-star book that I read. almost 50% through Throttled. Ooh, how are you liking it? I know I was talking about how many books I've DNF'd earlier, but this is another book that I have DNF'd. But to be fair, I don't think Lauren Asher is for me because I also really, even though I finished it, I disliked the fine print a lot. But I still am going back and forth about whether or not I want to read Terms and Conditions, because even people who loved the fine print, they loved Terms and Conditions even more, or like even if they didn't like the fine print, they at least enjoyed Terms and Conditions. But again, with my reading mood, I don't know. I don't know if I should pick it up right now, but maybe some point in the future. Spent a good chunk of the beginning trying to pick my next book, but then started Donut Fall in Love for April's Buzzwordathon. Buzzwordathon for April, that's emotions, right? So, okay, love. Yeah, that would be one. Emotions. I think I was gonna read Quietly Hostile by Samantha Irby. It comes out in May, but I have an arc of it. But now that she said like words like love are in it, it broadens my horizons. Because when I was first planning it out, I was just thinking of like actual emotions, like Happy and You Know It. I still haven't read that. That's on my TBR. Are You Happy Now, which is another one I have. And then obviously Quietly Hostile, because hostile is hostile, hostile, whichever. Those are like emotions, but love and hate and all that, they are also emotions. So that kind of like gives me more options to teeter between. Made a thumbnail in some book club graphics. Amazing. 46 pages of Diamond of Darkhold and ate lunch. Yum. Who is watching? This reminded me, sorry. It just reminded me of dinner for whatever reason. But who is going to be watching the Love is Blind live reunion? No spoilers in the comments for people who haven't seen like any of the season yet for like specifics. But I've seen them all and I cannot wait to see the chaos live. Like they're really about to put these people, these messy ass people, like on a live reunion. And I think this is their first time doing it live, because other times it just comes out, but it's never live. And I cannot wait. And I have a bottle of rosé that I'm going to pop open for it. I think it starts at 8 tonight, my time, but I'm excited. And I think I'm going to order a pizza. It's going to be a great time. I'm going to make an event. I love that you are loving Torn. I can't wait to even read the second book. That's all I'll say about that, but it's so good. And just the way they talk to each other, like I can see how other people think it's kind of cringy or whatever, but it's just, to me, kind of like my dream. I don't know. I don't want to say it, but it is. Been posting my IG challenges instead of reading, so I still have 45 minutes to go in The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. Are you liking it at least? I know that that's, fun fact, one of Olivia Rodrigo's favorite books, so I hope you're liking it. I did nothing this sprint. Take a break. You need it. The next sprint, I will be getting ready for bed as I have to get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, so might not be here at the end of the sprint. Well, thank you for being here. We always get at least one snowstorm in March every year, and we did get one this year, and then next week it was, and then the next week it was in the 70s. Weather is crazy. It literally just like, it'll be so cold in the morning sometimes, and then by the end of the day, I'm like sweating. So I never know what to wear, because I'm like, I don't want to wear a long sleeve shirt and then literally be sweating my ass off work, like after work, walking to my car. And then I just need to blast the AC in my car. I'm not loving it, but it's a quick audiobook. See, when I read it, there wasn't even an audiobook out. So it came out like right after we read it for classic literature, I think, or like a few months after. And I was so jealous of everyone because I think it would have helped me at least finish it. Not that I would have liked it, but it would have helped me through it. I'm also reading Babel, liking it a lot more than expected. I have that on my TBR for this month, but I don't know if I'll get to it. But I'm glad that you're liking it. I will watch the reunion, all the drama that will unfold. I am ready. We gotta like talk to each other as it's happening, like live react. I haven't watched the season yet, but since the reunion is happening, I'll probably binge it next weekend. It's so messy. I ran to the grocery store, but I'm back. Also did some homework. Nice. I watched an episode of Criminal Minds while eating my tea, while drinking my tea. Nice. In North Carolina, it was like high 60s and low 70s, and then it jumped down to 40s to 50s for 2 days, and then it went up to the 80s the very next day. You can never know what the weather is going to be from day to day. I think here, something along those same lines was happening. It was like kind of cold, and then it got really hot, and then it was cold again, and then it was like fine, and then it was raining a lot. It's so interesting. Yes. Yes, I'm loving it. Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime, though I wish I could have listened to the English narration instead of the Dutch one. Interesting. Yes, Sarah, I will be messaging you. Love that. All right, let us jump into our next sprinty sprint. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello. Welcome back from that third sprint. How are we all doing in our books or just doing other things today? I literally keep forgetting. No, I keep procrastinating doing my laundry. It's not that I forget, but I'm already like halfway through the sprint when I remember to do it. So like I'm selectively forgetting that I have laundry to do. And then by the time I have half the sprint left, I'm like, well, I don't really have enough time to like gather everything up because I know as soon as I start that chore, I'll want to start all the other chores. And 30 minutes just isn't that long to do so. So I think the next sprint is going to be the last one. So then I can finally like do all of that stuff before watching the Love is Blind reunion tonight. I need to be calm and collected for that and like have all my ducks in a row. And tomorrow's Monday, so the Sunday scaries are starting to creep on in, and I need to get ready for work tomorrow, basically like setting all of my things up. And I'm trying to have a really good week next week, so I need to set myself up for success. But I did get to page 357 of Torn, so I have less than 50 pages left to get caught up for where we're supposed to be for Classic Literature Book Club. We're actually discussing right now when the next sprints will be, so hopefully I can let you all know by the end of today, maybe tomorrow, what the plan is. I mean, obviously the sprints won't be tomorrow, but I'm going to see Renfield tomorrow after work, so that's why I'm not free tomorrow, and I'm really excited about it. I have lukewarm feelings about the movie in general. Like, I'm not super excited to see it, but I have that like unlimited movie pass, or maybe you don't know, but I have an unlimited movie pass, so I can go see movies however much I want to, and I've made it like a Monday ritual to go every single Monday. I didn't go last Monday because we did have our first set of sprints for this, and there was really nothing playing that I wanted to see anyway. I was just gonna rewatch Dungeons and Dragons if I couldn't find anything else to watch, but then we did sprints that day. So yeah, and then this Monday, obviously, tomorrow I'm going to see Renfield. So that'll be fun. Hi. Can you wait a second? I'm on my friend. Thanks for my balloon. Bye. Sorry, that was my mom giving me my birthday balloon. I left it at her house yesterday. But anyway, I'm going to see Renfield tomorrow, and I've heard that it's definitely like a horror comedy. So I'm lowering my expectations. But I do love Nicholas Hoult and Nick Cage. Like, I don't know how I feel about Nicolas Cage. Like, he's fine. But yeah. And that totally made me lose my train of thought. But how did you guys do? 63 pages of Donut Fall in Love by Jackie. Is it Lau or Lay? But that's amazing. 63 pages in one sprint. 44% of Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. How are you liking it? I know that that's like Talia Hibbert's first foray into YA, right? And it's like a hiking romance. I don't think I've ever read like a hiking romance. So that would be a good one to start with, I think. But I have my other Monday movies also planned for the rest of the month. But two of my movies that I want to see are coming out on the same exact day. Evil Dead. I don't remember which, like, what's it called? I think it's just called Rise. Evil Dead. I don't know. Evil Dead is coming out this Friday. And then so is Beau is Afraid, which it's come out already in some other places, but like here, it's not coming out until this Friday. But like I said, I see movies on Mondays. So I'm like, which one do I want to see first? And I think I really do want to go see Beau is Afraid. I actually just rewatched Hereditary, not yesterday, the day before yesterday. And I loved it again. And I don't think I really want to watch Midsommar again, because I pretty much like know everything that happened in that movie, and I've seen it like 3 or 4 times now, and I'm not fuzzy on any of the details, but I only watched Hereditary once when I did watch it, and it was pretty good. So I wanted to refresh my memory on it and watch it again. And the cinematography of Ari Aster's movies are just everything. And I'm a little nervous that Beau's Afraid is not going to be as good, because it doesn't look like horror, even though, you know, maybe if you've seen the movies, you know, Midsommar and Hereditary aren't necessarily like horror or horrific, but there are parts of it that are spine tingling and like very eerie. But I think what makes Ari Aster's films great are just the directing style and the shots that are taken. It's just very artistic, and it makes you feel things, and it has underlying grief and despair and dread dripping in every single scene. But yeah. Hi, I just joined and read 40 pages of Detransition Baby. I love that book. I think I gave it like a 4 or a 4.5. There were parts of it where I was like, this isn't that great, but overall, I really, really enjoyed that book, and I hope you are too. I actually still own it. I love the cover of it. The reason I even picked it up when I did was because I was doing my Broke Bitches book buying band bingo board. That is always a freaking mouthful to say, but I was doing that, and I was trying to fulfill the prompt for color wheel. So I spun a color wheel, and there are a ton of colors on that cover. Let me grab it. And I got, I guess you could say, that color on the color wheel, and it worked out perfectly, and I loved it. So I hope you are liking it. I don't know if this author has written anything else, or if this is even it is a debut. It says it right there, a Whipsmart debut. But I would love to read more things by this author, because I thought the writing style was really great. But now, in the next sprint, I think I'm going to maybe make another coffee, and I am going to continue in this just so I can get caught up, and I know I'll be able to in the next sprint. I know I said I might not focus on this book for all the sprints, but I'm just loving it so much that I don't want to stop reading it. So why should I? And like I said, I can just stop when I get to where I get to. I might have a little bit left of the sprint to go even before I'm all caught up. And one of the gifts I got for my birthday yesterday was There's No Such Thing as an Easy Job. And then I saw that Casey's book club, 20-somethings book club, I think that's what it's called, they're discussing this tomorrow in a live show. So I'm like, maybe I can try to read this before then? I don't know. With my slump, who knows? But hopefully there's an audiobook for this that I can get my hands on, and I can start it tonight and then listen to it mainly at work tomorrow, and then be there for the discussion. I think their discussion is at 4:30 EDT on Mafalda's channel. I think that's what I saw. I'm too lazy to look it up right now, but I think it's at 4:30 my time. So hopefully I can remember to do it, because sometimes I'll remember that I'm reading a book for a specific live show, and then I will forget to attend the live show. I am really liking it. The cover is very pretty. The back of the book jacket says she has written some novellas. I'll have to look into those because, yes, I love the writing style. The next book, Pride by Carrie Cole, is so good too. I'm definitely gonna pick that one up after this one. Like I can't not. All right, let us jump into our next and last sprint. I will see you all in 1 hour. Let me make it bigger. Hold on. All right, happy reading. Hello. Welcome back from our last sprint. I guess I can take the timer off now. And now you're just left with me. The lighting is a little weird in here. I feel like the sun keeps going in and out. It's not deciding on whether or not it wants to rain. And I'm wanting it to rain. But the sun is like kind of out. I don't know. Anyway, how did everyone do during that last sprint? Hi, I washed some crusty ass dishes because they're mine. I bought for the apartment, but one of my roommate's friends cooked for her like on Wednesday/Thursday, and they let them sit and get encrusted. I finally got fed up and washed just my shit, like the pot and pans and cooking utensils are all mine. And I did some more homework while watching I Know What You Did Last Summer, and I finished that movie. Interesting. I Know You Did Last Summer. Didn't they turn that into a show too? Did you? So you watched the movie and not the show, right? Right? You're not watching another movie and watching a show, are you? I don't know. But yeah, I hate it when like dishes. I don't let dishes sit for that long anymore to where they can get crusty. I mean, at least like soak them if you're gonna leave them in the sink, so that way nothing sticks on it and it's easier to clean. Like that's just common courtesy. 92 pages of Donut Fall in Love, and I think I'll go ahead and binge the rest this evening too. Amazing. 92 pages. Wow, that's amazing. I have no idea. I just know I watched the movie from 1997. I think that one has like Jennifer Love Hewitt in it, but I'm pretty sure that Prime did a series of I Know What You Did Last Summer. It doesn't look very good. I was just wondering if you were watching the show or the movie, but I think there's like a sequel to I Know What You Did Last Summer, like the movie. I think like letting dishes sit for a day is cool, especially like our plates and stuff because they're plastic and we all bought our own. Yeah, like that's fine, but just at least soak them. Like if you're gonna leave them, and a day is fine, but like leaving them for longer when you live with other people especially is just not it. But the fact that they just let my shit sit even though it's shared is so disrespectful. 100%. Very disrespectful. But I read all I needed to read for Torn, like to catch up for the next sprints. And I actually read a little bit ahead. I didn't realize, but I stopped at chapter 31 when we were supposed to chop it. Slow down, Sarah. Sometimes my brain goes much faster than my mouth. But we were supposed to stop at chapter 30, and I stopped at 31. So, but I love it. It's so good. And things are happening, and it's kind of still weird to me hearing Mason Lloyd with like these spicier scenes and not picturing him as a big blue alien barbarian from Ice Planet Barbarians, because if you don't know, he is the narrator for Tor in this book, and he's the male narrator in every single Ice Planet Barbarian audiobook. So like when we get to the spicy scenes especially, it's like I'm having a really hard time not picturing Tor as just like a big blue barbarian alien. Like that's just how it is. Love that for you. I want to read that book. It's good, and I cannot wait to read Tide, the next one. I think it's gonna be just as good, but it still is like so annoying that his sister's name is Tesla. A lot of the names in this book are really weird, but Tesla is sending me every single time he's talking to her or other characters are talking to her and just say seriously like Tesla, and I'm like, that's a car, not a person. But anyways, thank you all for coming to Sunday Sprints. I will see you all next Sunday. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have a great week. Bye.